Lizard.
Ionoramus is here first.
Lizard.
Crazy Canadian G7 just claimed second.
What's going on? You okay? You've got that spicy look in your eyes. You don't get a treat tonight. It was redeemed yesterday. Okie dokie. How are we doing, artichokes? Got this squared away. Got yellow. Payne's Gray is the one color I did not get, but I don't think I'll need it. Don't think I'll need Payne's Gray tonight. And there we go. All right. Running it under his nails a little bit. And do a shield in the ropes and finish his non-metallic metal. I will need the Payne's Gray. And the silver gray. What's up, Grey Wolf? How are you? Oh. These two kind of have the same thing that I need to be done on them. And then she just kind of has her shield in this handle that I need to get squared away. So I think I'll start with her first. That's how we're going to do it. What do you mean the massive switch? Cost-wise or just performance-wise? Cost-wise, I thought it was about the same. Well, supposed to be about the same, I guess, as in my head. I look at most consoles, I'm like, your prices should be about the same as they always are. I don't understand why they swing so much, but I kind of understand. I'm assuming performance is the big takeaway from it. Or is it just a yes answer for all of it. Oh, actual size. Gotcha. Well, yeah. And then they give you this cartridge. Yeah, I know. It's just, I know how most people get it when it comes to video games and software. They're like, I have to have a physical cartridge. I'm like, that's not the way it's going, but okay. And then Nintendo's kind of changed their opinion about it too, as well, sometimes. It's like, I don't understand, but okay. Yeah, that's also true too. Um, I don't mind selling like most of the games I buy nowadays are just something that I want to play when I want to play it, and I don't feel the need to constantly log into it. So yeah. I think I want more red. That's what I should be using. More red. I don't think it's made because the primary problem with the Switch store is that it doesn't really. Hi, how are you? Can I help you? What's up? What's up? Huh? What's up? What's up, Day? Um, one of the primary frustrations with Nintendo is that if Nintendo doesn't own the property, they tend to not let you play the property on the Switch. Hello, sweetie. How are you? How are you? Huh? How are you? 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 Hello. Hello, gorgeous. Mwah. Okay, you do this thing where I pet you and then you back up. And then I have an open cup right there. And I get so nervous you're going to back up and knock the cup over. So, can I help you? Yes. Can I interest you in some pettings? Tried to give you some earlier and you were like, nah, bro, I'm not dealing with that shite. Hmm? What's up? Hi, gorgeous. You want to sit with me for a little bit? And all that is in focus, yes. I need to get the orange to come up. Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Huh? What are we doing? Sorry, I've got like the cat like literally like right here. And she's like, let me nuzzle you, human. And I'm like, okay, I'll be nuzzled. And then she's like, excuse me, I'm gonna back up and then step forward and nuzzle you. What's up? Hi. Who's a pretty girl? You a pretty girl? That's a big old yawn. What's up? Hmm? Hmm? What's up? Okay, now you're gonna clean yourself in front of me? Thanks. Super thanks. Super riveting right now. Thank you for that, sweetie. So glad I could be here to facilitate this. That is not the right. What did I use this brush? At some point, the cup needs to play Pokemon and experience all of that craze. Hi. Hello. What's up? I'm sorry, did I occupy my hands with something other than your cute little forehead? I'm sorry, did I do that? I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me put this down for a moment. Thank you. You're not gonna let the little cub play Pokemon? That would justify the experience. Oh, Switch Lite and Mama gets the Switch. Okay. What is Switch Lite, just out of curiosity? Hmm? What's up? Yes, I love you too. I'm here. You want to hang out over there? Thank you. Ah, purely a handheld system. Okay. I understand now. There you go. Are you comfortable now? Feeling better? Don't start trying to steal my brush again. You know those are mine. Ba-ba-na-na-na. Okay. Are you running off again? All right. Goodbye. Thank you for the purple badger, man. Be safe. Be safe. Bum, 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 bum. So what you working on tonight? Lion and Day? Or you got to get dinner ready, don't you, Lion? Also, I will be making a chili this weekend. $20K points. Bazinga. So you could do an epic Warhammer game. Also, remind me to ask Fox Behind the Tree a very critical lesson question today. If they pop by. Oh, 20K channel points. Okay. It's on cooldown. It should be there next week. I did a surprise stream last night and it got popped up. Your legs might fall, like literally might fall off. Like, how do your legs might fall off? What might make your legs fall off? Congratulations on getting 10,540 steps. I got 2,000 today, and I am feeling anxious about that a little bit. But good news is I did get my ears lowered today, so it was productive. Oh. Did you get to see the monkeys do it?
Oh, thank you, Grave Paints, coming in with the awesome people.
Graves Paints, welcome in, and thank you for that raid. How are you, and what were you up to? Give me 1 second, and I will do the streamer thing. The Penguins. Sleepyhead Paints, welcome in. Now let's make sure I got it like right in one go, because last night was an adventure in typing out Lotus K. I was being regaled with the story of a field trip to the zoo, and of course my brain went to an old skit show on MTV called The State, where they were talking about the monkeys and the monkeys doing it, and a grandma goes, "The monkeys just don't simply do it at the zoo." So now apparently it was the penguins, and they're having to explain the birds and the bees and nature but interpretive dance style? I mean, that I feel like that's the only natural. It's like I at some point you just go, you know what, kids. Sometimes you just gotta, like I don't know, send it. But it's one of those. It's like really hard. It's like, well, you see, when one penguin really does like the other penguin, which could or could not be true because they are solo. They're not. I believe they're solo maters. Or I could be thinking of the chimpanzees still. Oh, Golden Demon entry. So are you traveling over to Adepticon? What were you planning on entering into Golden Demon? And zoom this out a little bit. I am all over the place. Like, did it just roll up and be like, you know what? Here's a good place to pee, right off the edge. See, every time I go to the zoo, I feel like they're just like well-behaved animals and nothing ever happens. I'm like, okay. People talk about like all these things. I'm like, I don't ever see it. At least there was some modesty. You're not that stealthy, sir. Or the hilarious moment of Dragnet where they go to the zoo for the first time and they're like, what about all these kids that have never seen a lion? The mane will grow back. Because they'd never seen a gorilla pee? I mean, nature has to do what nature has to do, you know? It's not all one big Bluey episode where they get to, at least the mama gorilla and the daddy gorilla weren't fighting again. Oh, Lion, did you know that there are 3 boxes? Probably not. And they all lie. Well, no, one box has the truth of the day, one box has a lie of the day, and then, one box is a contradiction of the day. So Mama Lion went to the zoo today. There was a story about the penguins and having to pretend to be something else. At least they were hiding behind a rock. Oh, thank God for modesty. Boom, boom. Galapagos penguins, also known as spicy penguins. Why are they so spicy? So, did you witness an OnlyFans? They do know how to put on a show. They're very food motivated little creatures. So they're always up for a treat. And I'm agreeing with you, Rosie. Though last night, me and Fragenstein were playing a game, and I couldn't stop but laugh at myself at the terrible rolls we had. And I said, "This is what I get for making fun of Wicked." What you gonna paint tonight, Rosie? Also, are you excited for the new Warhammer reveals? The Crimson chapter, the Eldari, and the female Custodes. I don't know what else was on there. I was watching part of the reveal with Studio J7 earlier today, but I was like, I need to go get a haircut. So I missed the custody part, but I saw it on Blue Sky when I was looking through something. Or I saw Cryo Cheese had linked to his, and I was like, oh, okay. Those look good. They look good. I mean, they look fun. And then they having to do Adeptus show on Warhammer Plus, which, okay. The rosy ponytail where it's like super long and like high up or low down? That's awesome. It's like super awesome. So we get a Rosie the Custodian now? Have it be like your table mascot or something? Be like, this is me. Mess with me and you get a stomp. Stomp, stomp. It's getting deep roost too. No. That's dark honey. Oh, yeah, that's better. I stopped believing in pizza delivery, Mama Lion, for that exact problem. Is that I was having too many issues with deliveries. And I'm like, I can't eat this now. Like, I ordered you over half an hour ago, and you came colder than a rock to me. Da-da. I was having it too frequently. Like to the point at the time I had a partner that would so I had a favorite mom and pop place and they did New York style and it was really good and I liked it. But then I guess the original owner sold off and it kind of became a little not good, like or just not worth the price anymore for the swing and delivery times. So I went back to like Pizza Hut. And my partner at the time was like, "Why? It's not good." I said, "A, none of it's good for you. But B, Pizza Hut was always consistent. Like I knew exactly what I was going to get and I never had to worry about it. And they were consistent with their delivery times and they were on it. And then COVID happened and it's just like they took like a crazy pill or something and said, "You know what? We have a successful practice here when we're doing a great job. I'm going to take my practice like this and I'm just going to go, no more, and just yeet everything out the window." It's like, how? Good evening, Norm. But I agree with Friday Night Pizza, Mama Lion. After the weeks we've had, it's great to have like that rewarding dinner. But I am kind of feeling like she's a little bit on the done side. I want that brush. I want this brush. Mm. The bustier is adorable. You did denim and Beyonce and love it. They're all kind of that way. Because I wanted something. I did not want the traditional brown and reds that frequently see them in. So I went with the blues. I was looking up bugbear artwork a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I kind of like it that way a little bit better. Like I just feel like how it all pops out a little bit better. It makes them unique. Like I, yeah. Like I definitely feel like the blues and the browns and stuff still exist, but I really just kind of like how they, yeah. Like I just, I don't know, we'll start painting it. Of course, I started painting him, and I'm like, it's kind of hard to tell what it's going to look like. I need to paint the other ones. I'm like, oh, let me paint one with more skin. All right, painted her up, and she's like, yeah, that works. I'm like, that works. Like it all stands out and it feels cohesive. It feels nice. Feels pretty. So we'll do a black room on the base at the end. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna call her done and say it's a square. I got her shield highlighted up to a nice orangey yellow. So we'll do some wood textures because he's got wood textures. So I've got wood shields and handles to do. Actually, we'll do him first. Because I can knock out this just like I knocked hers out and get the yellow squared away, be done with it, get the gold squared away, be done with it, and then I can play with the wood. Shucks just and see what I want to do with it. Because I got to do these two wood. I got to do a wood handle, wood top, wood shield. And his shield is going to be kind of like hers, which is that orangey, like hardened leather. And I got to do his non-metallic metal on the leg there. So I can take these off for a little bit. Oh my god. And if we get them done, we'll probably start working on something else. We'll either clean up some bases or pull out the dragon and work on it some. So yeah, yo. Yeah, yo. So when's your tournament season going to start firing back up again, Rosie? Good evening, Laden Roses. How are you? Did you have a fun stream last night? It's good you were able to get back into it, Layden. Are you looking forward to tomorrow? And streaming again with myself and the illustrious and the mighty Smiling Beagle Studios. Okay. We might have the line. I know we have the line creative in February. I mean, it happens all the time. It's okay. All right, how many people watch that happen? I promise I'm a smart man. Some days. Ah, slow down. You can't tip over now. Hello. I'm definitely going to need a crap ton of super glue before I do this. All right. So we stack the dice like this to then place this guy on top of said dice, like so. And we have a little C here. And then we wrap this in a pot. We wrap this around. Well, he's a D20. The die there we go. There we go, Layden. As par for you, the dice roll is 1. All right. You and Wicked Minis, if you guys ever ask to see my dice, bless my dice, give me juju on my dice, my answer is no, you're that cursed. So, I mean, at this point, Layden, with the natural 1, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. Or you're going to get a new hobby. Pick one. So we'd stack our dices up to kind of be on the thing to represent the C. There are D20s on top of it. Okay. I kind of like that idea. I have D4s. There's not that many of them in the box right now. So I have 8s, 10s, 4s. They worked a little bit better for the size that I was playing with.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. I better get me some bam tough actin' tenactin for that. So the idea being laid is that the dice stack up to create kind of like a natural thing, and then he can stand on top of it as the victorious winner. So you remember that day I was asking about epoxy pores, Rosie, and Wicked's chat, and I bought a crap ton of Vaseline from Amazon along with the wet sheets? That's why. Is that I wanted to get the dice in a place where I could figure out how to build all that up. So I'll prime this black and then probably paint it a bright blue underneath and then have the dice sit on top of it. I was just planning out my steps. When I'm an active thinker, it helps. Yeah, this is the epoxy pour. So living forest ideas, bees and flyers. Oh, resin pores and water nymphs. So I was organizing out the box to see what I wanted to paint for Cutie Patootie Sunday. Or start prepping for it. And I have these water nymphs, I guess you would say, from Reaper. And I was thinking about doing something similar for them on the base piece and have that very wet look going on down below and then bring out the bright teals and stuff coming up. So this entire box, is essentially underwater looking nymphs. So I have a lot of practice things. I'm not much of a Warhammer painter, Ace. Eventually, Ace, I will probably paint the Sisters of Battle kill team box, the Shadow Haunt, if I remember the name correctly. It's slated for Q3 of the year. It sounds like a really fun idea to just kind of play with it some, and then I can post it to what's his name? Studio J7 and say, am I doing the epoxy pours right? And watch him just flip out at me and go, epoxy pours don't really do it for me that much anymore. Thanks. It's something that I picked up from Reaper because I wanted to buy it. It's just a logoed self-healing cutting mat. Oh. Did he get to leave alive because you were hungry? So every so often, well, my day, I went and got my ears lowered today. So I had to go to the barber shop. The barber shop that I go to has three modes: fast and efficient, dragging their feet but moving along, or understaffed and you'll be there for 5 hours. You don't know which. Literally, you don't know which. If you call the guy, he's like, yeah, it'll be like 5 minutes or it'll be like 15 minutes all the time. I've never heard him not say this my entire life. Entire time I've been going there. I go there and we start joking about it. I said, yeah, because you never know on Sunday. Because Sundays you can be either understaffed completely or you're fully staffed, but the lines out the door and the wait list is 3 hours long. So I said, now I'll come by today and get my hair cut. And then we'll go get dinner. Evening, Dobbs. How are you? How was your stream earlier today? I was poking in and out. Are you US side? Or non-US side? Cullivers, yeah. Almost done with the pan. So right now in America, due to the way that our life is currently structured, it is currently very rare and hard to get pure Kolinsky sable hairbrushes. Whatever we have in country is what we have in country, and that's it. You have a choice of buying something other than pure Kolinskis and a lot of synthetics. However, the price for those are getting crazier at the moment. Me and Antifreeze buy our stuff from Wind River Arts. They are a telephone business. They are old AF. Um, so that's where I picked up my Rosemary and Co's from. According to them, they're mostly synthetic nowadays. They still have some sable hairs and pure sable hairs. The Series 301 is a pure sable. But the brush I was using earlier, this red dot, is a synthetic. And it does have its famous curl at the tip. So I can do a lot with it. I just can't do a lot of super fine detail. And I've been reserving the finer detail for my sable hair brushes. Because a synthetic brush is great for base coating and being messy. But if I need to get serious about it, I will swap out to a different type of brush. I did pick up some Da Vinci's, but I did not open them because they're synthetics. And I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with this right now. Phalanx is okay. I kind of like them. I know Ed from Monster Den really likes the Foxbite Brother brushes. Just hate getting one paint or two at a time. I just want one paint set. I don't. So you can find those. may not be perfectly under $100, but what you need to look at is make sure you're buying the more current versions of them and be very, very wary of it on Amazon when you're buying them, because Amazon is, the sellers on there are weird and they're trying to resell old stuff frequently. You would have to look at somewhere like, who would it be? The miniature market. Fox behind the tree. I have a question for you. They will explicitly tell you what version of paint it is or what paint set it is. If that makes sense. So you said today or last time that you got your man into that Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and you come in here strutting about with your tail all in a poof and swaggy happy. My question is, with today's reveal stream, did they see the Osiok Bone Reapers and decide, you know what, it's time to pay the bone tithe? Well, he went Night Haunt, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So he has not found the streams yet where people lose their mind over like any. I mean, the Night Haunt is a fun faction for Age of Sigmar. I like the black coach model. It's one of my favorite. Like if I was ever tempted to buy a Warhammer model that I'd want to paint, like if I had to like sit down and paint one right now, I would have to find the black coach. Ah. I just saw the Bone Reapers, and there were some really cute pieces of it. Holy cow, that was a lot of crap in my ear. Thank you, Art Stretch. Oh. Because I do have Night Haunt in a box that I've never painted up. I have the dinosaurs riding dinosaurs because dinosaurs riding dinosaurs. And then I have one of the space captain. Yeah. I mean, one of them's got a little undead bird flying around with them. And then after that, I was like, okay, I got to go get my hair cut. So, well, I went and saw my ear lowering specials. She's hanging out somewhere else right now. She's asleep. She do sleepies. She got her treat last night, unfortunately, Ace, because me and Froggenstein were playing the Tiny Big Horse. All right. Now that you've said that, Froggenstein, I don't know if I can unsee that, sir. Be like, and now we are going to play a campaign setting with the Osiok Bone Reapers, and they are going to be the villains. We're going to have our commander be Lord Zed with his faithful sorceress Rita. so let me do this really quick. Let me give a shout out to Froggenstein. We were hanging out last night playing Tiny Big Wars game. It was a really fun adventure, and I look forward to potentially setting up another match with our good friend Froggenstein, who was a lot of fun to play with. Exactly. This is a bugbear. It is a classic D&D minion. They were somewhat bred to be the goblins' muscle, and then they became sentient because they're badasses. Or they started breaking the binds of slavery. So often at times you'll find them either as a playable race or more often than not in a dungeon somewhere at the very early tops of it. They tended to be the muscle for goblins and such. I went with a little bit of a demo. They are underrated, and they're a lot of fun. So I had primed and prepped them before ReaperCon, and I kind of held on to them. And I was looking at my thing after I'd finished up a bunch of other stuff, and I was like, you know what I should paint? These guys. So they're kind of a standard villain, or they can be a standard villain. This is one I painted up in like 2020. And then this is like one of my very first bugbears. I've painted a lot of bugbears. Don't know why, but I have a lot of them. And gnolls. A lot of bugbears and gnolls. A Texas style with gold trim. So they do gold trim for what? That one thing. But they usually have some amount of trim. You could never have enough gnolls. Well, you never know who the sculptor was of it. Green users. For some reason, right now, I'm on a Bobby Jackson kick. I never planned to be on a Bobby Jackson kick, but somehow I'm on a Bobby Jackson kick. Hyena Min novels, yeah. His ogres are fun. So we have these guys, which haven't been painted up yet. They're a lot of fun as well. Who's the sculptor of these? Ah, Julie Guthrie is the sculptor of these. I understand now. I understand now. Well, hold on, Froggenstein. I got the answer to this. When Mama Ion comes back, we can ask about the adventure to the D&D zoo where she saw the bug and the bear get together, and they talked about the birds and the bees with the hoo-ha and the thing behind the rock. All will be explained. Yeah. So it's I do a lot of fantasy and stuff like that. We were curious how bugbears were made, and I was going to use your D&D, your trip to the zoo and the penguins doing the spicy dance as a example. Keep big teams out of the bedroom. Yeah, just don't ask. Let's just go with it. Um, so for me, Ace, I like a lot of fantasy, and the reason why I got into painting for the most part was painting for my D&D table. I currently have a very empty D&D table, but the hobby stayed because it is a very relaxing hobby for myself. Uh, we play. Hey, Layden. I said my table, my table, my table. I didn't say Layden's table. I said my table is empty at the moment. My personal table that is downstairs. All right, my personal D&D table was once populated is now quite. You could take your actually I probably could set it all up. I just don't want to. Um, yeah. One year I decided to buy myself a really big D&D table. So I have one of the South Carolina gaming tables. It's really cool. I like it. Like it's a very like it's the first thing that I ever purchased for myself that's like this is for my home decor. That wasn't some weird hand me down that lasts forever. Yeah, fixed his torque spot. I got that squared away. And we're working on his arm right now to get it squared away because I completely flubsed it. Made a flub, whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, so um oh, Ace. Some people really enjoy the Pro Acryl brand and some people do not. I know that they do sell. So Pro Acryl, Monument Hobbies. That's who it is. They do sell sable like brushes that I have had intermediate. So I enjoyed using them when I was started painting. I've grown past them quite a bit. Uh, but they do sell bundled paint sets. As a matter of fact, I do use one of them, Payne's Gray, from time to time. So Ba-na-na-na. Or the other option is to do like Layden Roses did at one point and buy a bunch of random lots on eBay and play luck of the draw and see what you get. Because you could be getting them at a discounted rate, a heavily discounted rate. All right. Done. Done. Get your lurk on. Ace of Diamonds was asking stories. Asked me a question about paintbrushes and paint sets. I've used quite a bit of Monument Hobbies over the years. I still use the number 6 brush from Sam's Lens Synthetics, and a lot of their quote-unquote real synthetics were okay for a while. I grew out of them because I find they didn't last all that long sometimes. This camera right here, it's a fixed camera lens. This camera is fixed, and it doesn't matter where it's something like if I get this. Here, let me get this. So here you can read it, but here, as it comes up, you can't read it. There is no autofocus for this camera. I have to manually adjust the focus, so I can bring it in and out depending on what I want. Yeah, I know. So some cameras have autofocus that you can disable, and some you cannot. It just depends on that. You have to go into the settings of the webcam, like the actual properties of the webcam, and look. If it's got a software driver, that would be your best place to go look. Yeah. What brand do you have? Just out of curiosity. So Logitech may have a generic enough driver that you can disable it from the Windows properties. So you'd have to go into your settings and search for devices and webcams, and you should be able to find it in there. Yeah. And the other thing would be to get the Logitech software. Driver specific stuff like that will do. So I'm routing this camera through the Elgato Camera Hub system, so I can swap in between black and whites, or apply a camera LUT filter so I can see it. I did that because I wanted it, and you can disable autofocus through that as well, but that is an expensive expenditure to get a capture card just for that. But yeah, like Frog said, if you get the the Logitech specific drivers, you can gain access to the turn autofocus off. And you can probably set a manual focal length. So like when I'm taking photos for my figures, I do something similar. Tiny Big Wars, how are you? I'm doing much better now. I've got my friends here. We're doing some stream fun and we're goofing off. I've got these bugbears that are slowly getting done, one per hour or so. What is your favorite Pupper Doogers? Which one is that? Oh, she's a pity. She's just a big old snuggle bug, then, isn't she? There's so out of all of the videos of Slapchop, I still laugh at them. I get the point of Slapchop, and it works, right? But the more you get in depth with it, I think the more you're losing the overall effectiveness of it. Like you're trying to say, Frog. And it's really bothersome too. Because it's like, what do you guys want to do? Like the whole point is to be as done with this as quickly as you can. I remember when Vince was doing his one of his videos for one of his I needed money videos, so I'm gonna paint Space Marines. Yeah, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. Um, but not many people can let it go with that. They got to improve it. And I understand to some extent, but at the same time, I'm like, it's let me have fun my way, please. Yeah. Let's just, get our paint on the figure and call it a day. Why do I need to stress about all this other stuff, right? You're gonna have to go to the Logitech website, and it should be able to find the software for you and recommend your drivers. That is beyond my pay grade sometimes. I mean, if I don't make it complicated, how do I get people to click on my videos? Give me 1 second and I'll repost that for you, Frog. No, you're good. I got you. I have him set to aggressiveness. And people forget. It's not you, Frog. It's me. It's not you, it's me. All right. So if I give that a brown wash, is that going to solve part of the problem that I'm having right now? Which I think the answer is yes, it will. And I don't really care. Because it's a wooden shield and I'm not going cross-eyed to pick out all that small little detail. Yeah. New and improved super awesome slap chop technique 55. Brought to you by the creators of I don't know. So I was thinking of one day retelling the story of all the different names that I thought of for the channel. Yeah, I like that right there. That looks pretty. And I used to wash and I don't care. I bought this bottle of Agrax Earthshade. God, I don't know how long ago. But we're down to the last eighth of it, I think. How much longer will you last? Yeah. Oh, you got to install them and then run the software and go through the prompts. Unfortunately. Uh-huh. I do need my glasses for this one. I goofed up my non-metallic metal just a smidge. And I don't have my non-metallic colors on the palette right now yet either. Son of a biscuit.
Emotional damage.
Sea of Diamonds 0823 requested dad joke.
Give me 1 second, Ace of Diamonds. I did write a good one earlier today. Belrog. Belrog. Any other questions? Belrog. Why doesn't the sun go to college? Because it has 1,000,000 degrees. New atoms frequently lose electrons when they fail to keep an eye on them. New atoms frequently lose electrons when they fail to keep an eye on them. Ha ha. There's actually a mod here tonight. Maybe. Assuming she hasn't run off to Phasmophobia or whatever star dating sim she's playing right now. They can be that way sometimes. Or sometimes they're real groaners. You never know. I forgot you have your little belt studs because you're a cool one. You know, it was so cold this morning, Tiny. I tried to grab some fog, but I missed it. I almost considered doing that today. I almost considered. What's the difference between a well dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire! I like it. I like it. Though if the Dork Depot shows up, we all have to behave. I don't think I need Mrs. Depot that mad at me. I'll take some mad at me, but I don't know if I can have two Twitch wives angry at me. I've got Mama Ion, and I don't need the Dork Depot's wife as well. My wife gets me a 365-day calendar every year for Christmas. Every day is a dad joke. Bazinga. No, you nerd. Really? That sounds actually kind of. If I had a wife and she did that, she'd be like, I made a mistake," and I'd be like, "Yes, you did." I mean, that would be rather heavy. There's some dad jokes. I look at it, I go, "There's no way that's possible." You've escaped the realm of reasonable. So what? I got chili planned for this weekend. I look forward to it. Make me a big old pot of Texan red. Oh, a Texas like red, I guess, since technically it has fillers in it. Got myself a pork tenderloin to make up tomorrow for dinner as well. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Ba-da-ba. It's not the best wood door I've ever done, but maybe I can do a little of this and fix it. Not fix it, but make it pop a little bit better. You know what would be funny, frog, 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 frog. As if every time you rolled a failure dice, you had to give a dad joke when you were playing Tiny Big Wars. Be safe, Jay. Thank you for hanging out. Have fun. Enjoy Phasm Friday. I just thought of that when we were chatting, or when we, was a zombie sashimi was doing like a challenge stream or something. He's like, yeah, viewers can add to the challenge, and I was like, you have to give a dad joke between every brushstroke. He's like, what the? Or in between every time he revised colors or something. All right. I think I'm going to put him to the side and call him mostly done. He needs black rim on his base, which can take me to this guy, which needs the same wooden treatment. And we have ads starting here soon. There we go. All right. So, dark line. Chili rellenos. Oh, that's good. I've never been a rellenos fan, but I do like a lot of Mexican. I think it's kind of a texture thing for me. I have a lot of weird textures when it comes to food. Um, it so I grew up in the Midwest where we didn't have a lot of our the Mexican food that I had was Taco Bell. So it took me a really long time to get used to real Mexican food and enjoying it as much as I do now. So when people are like, "Yeah, it's chili rellenos," I'm like, "That's spicy. I don't like spicy." And now it's like, "Excuse me, sir, can you pass the hot sauce?" Um, so I've just not felt brave enough to try it yet, or not brave enough, but just haven't really wanted to try it because it can be one of those I feel is a really hit or miss option. Well, Mama Ion, you can tell that to Mama Paney. And you guys can have a combat over that. Just remember, she's a Midwestern woman, born and raised. So, um, you may or may not have to give the Tupperware back or attend a pampered chef party. They still do those? Show your age without showing your age. Pampered chef parties. Let's see how old you guys are. Now, I will admit there are some things from Pampered Chef that did make sense. Anyone like SOS? Given my advanced years that me and Froggenstein share, you're going to have to remember I live in a world of a bajillion macronyms, so I may not remember the acronym. All right. If you narrow down what the acronym is for, because that could be, yeah, because is it food SOS? Is it save our ship SOS? I was born while my parents were deployed, is my answer to that question. I was brought back and I am unable to give blood because of my age. But it was not a thing we were served. I mean, nobody actually enjoys eating it. However, as I've gotten older, one of my favorite things to do is to toast a bagel and put grits on it. So it's not quite SOS, but I remember it from Top Chef. One of the chefs made it for like a wake me up meal. And Padme and her friend were just like, seriously? I have had a favorite thing to do is to get a chicken strip basket from Dairy Queen. And you can get the country gravy as the dipping sauce, and you can dip the Texas toast in the gravy. All right. I'm going to need that squirt bottle emote now. Tiny Big Wars is trying to melt some cheese over here. Next thing you know, I'm going to have Hootie in here talking about dwarves, and he's not going to stop. Which they didn't get any announcements at Warhammer. I'm sorry, what I heard was you want biscuits and gravy, and you want a whole mess of it. Just a whole mess of biscuits and gravy. That good old Southern made gravy. What about a croquette monsieur? A Mr. Croquette? Or a crunchy croquette monsieur? Yeah, I'll get the words out eventually. I have some of the best grits though. The meat market I go to, they stock small batch grits from somewhere in Georgia. I forget where, but they them delicious gravies, grits to mix up. Toss them in with some cheddar cheese, some shredded cheddar cheese. Shake in a little bit of spice and your favorite. Get out of here. Catfish is not southern. I know people that would chase you out with the banjo. But I will say it's probably dependent on. So I'm used to fish fries and Midwest being catfish, specifically the St. Louis area. Vegas is not the South. They, they, they're anything but the South. Oh, I associate cat more with the Midwest. I Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tiny Big Horse signing off tonight. He was never to be seen again, trying to claim that Nevada was Southern. They do have cowboys, but that does not make them Southern. Okay, it's a different kind. Uh, no, no, he didn't. He always sees you. I was going to say something. For me, yeah. So the reason why I disassociate with it, Frog, is I used to work with an Adventist, the 7 day people. Uh, they they used to work with the department, and they were talking about how someone would, on Fridays come around and take collection, and they would go and collect fish from somewhere, and they would talk about the issues of it because they couldn't eat catfish specifically because it's a scavenger fish and not a other it's not like your traditional whitefish, right? Because it's not scaly, it's slimy. So ever since then I kind of disassociated with it because of those folks and always associated that with the Midwest more than anything. But I'm aware that I could be 1000% wrong on that. Oh, Minnesota, eh? Another Minnesota snow, eh? That's still one of my favorite stories of ReaperCon. Fargo. So Canada? I'm kidding. One of these had fur I wanted to touch up. Instead. No, instead right there. But yeah. Like a really tiny big world. Yeah, you're right. Welcome in, Moolop. Blop. Bloop, 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 bloop. I cannot remember if I've ever seen your name before. Welcome in. If Tiny Big Words gets too much for you, just let me know. And we'll put them in the timeout corner. Finish fixing his fur. Ah, we do love Falling Freely. They are a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful human being. Sometimes I do raid into their channel in the eves of hours because I don't always get to say hello to them. But they are cool peeps. They're always so sweet and they're always so nice as well. And they do some really beautiful artwork. So when I was at ReaperCon last year, there was an artist that showed up that was traveling from Minnesota. And they were bringing a cute, but like an ugly, cute figure. Ugly, cute figure. So, like something that's just like adorably cute, and you just can't help but go, "Aw." Well, they had their big reveal earlier today, Tiny. I had their big reveal earlier. And I think people got really upset at the female custodies. So, what? You didn't hear about this? Wait, did I finish all the skin tone on now? No, I want to get those hands right there. So Paint Bravely the podcast with Brent and Casey. So female custodies have made it canonically in the books. They officially have a full figure release. And it's a 6-man squad of Custodies sorority. And they're actually really cool figures. Yeah. So that's what I understood is I've always had female custodies. They've just never been. I guess it's just how they viewed it. I guess I don't know. Because I mean, you could use the Stormcast females. Yeah. If you wanted to do like a head swap for Kit Bash. But I guess they just didn't have a lot in the books, sort of deal. So they made like a search on them. Wasn't there a female custodian or something close to a female custodian in Space Marine 2 as well? Yeah. I just remember the short popping up when they were going to talk to the White Scar person. Like, we have kept this oath for 4,000 years. The Emperor of all mankind says you need to give it up. Okay. Yeah. They attempted to present it as femme. I will say it that way.
Oh, thank you, PL Miniatures, coming in with the awesome people.
PLB Miniatures, how are you? And what are you up to? And how have you been? What did you do for your stream? Everybody give PLB Miniatures a follow. Bow, 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 bow. What were you up to? If you have any work in progress pics and you want to drop some, let me know and I'll toss you a permit and you can drop them. I think Instagram is whitelisted now, so you should be good on that if you're posting an Instagram link. Sister of Silence. Yeah, they existed that way, but this was like a front runner, so I think there are people upset about it. I don't need any proof on that, Tiny. I know that. I am much wiser than most people realize. I will not get in the Cubs away, in the way of a mom and a cub. Think about it, fellow Black Minis. So welcome in, Raiders from PLB. I am painting the paint of the painters. We're painting up some bugbears. I, for some reason, decided I'm going to go absurdly hard on them. So in 2020, this is kind of what I was rocking. Here. 2019, I found the amazingness of bases and still have like super white super glue. These are from Reaper Miniatures. It's the Bone 6 box of bugbears. They're sculpted by Bobby Jackson. How do, Judge Dave? I don't think Bobby did the other two. I think that was someone else. But Bobby Jackson did these. I can look at the bottom and it says B Jackson. We paint primarily fantasy stuff here, so we'll paint a lot of Reaper miniatures, random Chimera models. We do paint sometimes Signum games, Team Formage games. Sometimes I'll paint some random horror things. We paint board games as well. We're working through some Borderlands stuff at the moment. I think this has got one more stream in it. This is the Batasaurus Rex. So it's going to get a to-do list to do, and I think we'll wrap it up and call it done. I was working on this a little bit last night while I waited for my buddy Froggenstein to play a game. We do a variety of types of art as well. Well, a variety of types of painting art on miniatures. We like to experiment quite a bit here. This guy's cool because he's 4 studs on his belt. Yeah. More than likely I will be at ReaperCon again. I did attend last year. Puss in Boots got me a bronze medal.
What?
I do attend. I attended ReaperCon last year. I took Puss in Boots with me and got a bronze. This year I plan on re-entering again, and I am not sure what I will be entering yet. I think I know what I want to enter, but I am not quite sure what I want to enter. I plan on. I'm thinking I'm taking Kalia with me if I can get to it. I'm currently working through a large 75 millimeter figure right now with from Chimera for a fall archer. That's taking a lot of time. Which cat? Catra the cat? Oh God, Catra will win me first in many things. I just said he had 4 studs, and then this guy has 2 studs that you can actually like reach. Catra is my cat. She does hang out with me. I mean, that is the power of Amazon. But tomorrow night I'll be working on her again, and we're working up through the body and trying to get a lot of that stuff squared away so I can start mounting it all together. Once I get done with her, she's going to go to the shelf. She's not going to be an official entry because I got to get to something for Mecha May as well. And then we will paint up. We'll try to get to something for ReaperCon a couple months in advance of ReaperCon. And I need to find a big monster to paint too. And for those that don't know, Catra is the cat. She's not hanging around me right now. when she does, I usually have a camera on her at some point in the house or someplace within this room. But she has finally decided to calm the F down and rest. I had that same thought, moi, and I just send it now. So yeah, how do you want to approach using the airbrush is up to you, but I look at it sometimes. I'm like, we'll just do it because I bought the large rock. I was airbrushing with it to help get those like big base coats down. I did base coat quite a bit on the War Mammoth, and I would use it from time to time on large, really large pieces to help establish my base coats. But then somewhere along the line, I was like, I'm done using it. I'm like, I don't know why. Because I did airbrush the Elden Ring bears, the large ones for it, because I just didn't want to base coat that blue, gray, brown that I was painting. Ugh. Ugh. Or are you trying to get as proficient as Sergio with his and essentially sketch your highlights and paint your highlights and then go in and glaze with the airbrush kind of deal? Wow. Why do you gotta do that? No, Tiny. I gotcha. I gotcha. Custodes watch. So Antifreeze, who usually frequents in chat, um, apparently got Casey to look up what Bad Dragon was on stream. I used to listen to their podcast when I wanted to go to sleep. So Yeah. That's one thing that I noticed about them sometimes is that their episodes could be very sporadic. And I think that's why I fell out of checking them out every so often when I wanted to go to sleep. Because it was a good podcast to go to sleep to. It's a good sleeping podcast. It's even toned. And then, at the beginning when it's there, you got like that really great humor of when Brent would go to the gas station and find whatever random energy drink there was and literally crack it on stream while Casey's going through and talking with whatever he was talking through. And Casey's like trying to keep a straight face and then he starts laughing. Yeah. I think Brent was telling a story one night of sorry. Sorry, I didn't think it was that loud. I'll mute myself, Frag. I don't always have a cup. I usually have a straw. Sorry. I didn't know it was that loud. I have a mute button at the ready for it, and I just didn't think about it. After you and Mama Lion, I forgot you guys reminded me of that. Of why I tried to push that button. Well, make sure I use a straw so I don't do that and gulp gulp. I hadn't drank in a while. I looked over, I was like, oh, tea. And then I drank it and it's like, oh, it's blueberry hibiscus tea. And it's super freaking tart now. It's the gift that gave back. All right. I'm going to call you done as well now. We have one. And they require the most amount of freaking work because I haven't done the shield, the foot, and some of the fur needs a lot more. It's good tea. I used to drink a lot of bubblies, and I tried to stop. One of the ways I tried to stop drinking bubblies was to swap out for cold brew tea. Um, because some people say that bubblies could stunt your insulin and cause problems for uh, processing food. Wow, that took me way longer than I think my brain ever needed to think for words. So I went to a cold brew tea instead of bubblies for dinner. And I I'm going to say this and then I'm going to say Scotty Fitness's catchphrase right after that, which is fuck beef shred. Um, sometimes they do know what they're talking about with in regards to food selection for your energy levels. So I used to drink a lot of carbonated water. And because I guess there was 0 calorie sugars in there or artificial sweeteners in there to help give the flavor of something. So that's what would cause the spikes or cause your insulin to spike a little bit for meal consumption. So I stopped drinking bubblies and switched over to cold brew tea for a flavored beverage. Yeah. I've never really gone to confirm it, but I just didn't want to. Um, because I liked having flavored water or flavored beverages for with dinner, and I have not drank Coke. I think I had like one or two last year total, maybe. Might have had more than two. Um, but I swapped over to the tea to help with that. So there was two brands on Amazon that I switched to. One is well, the same brand, Tiesta Tea. They made a watermelon chunk and they made a wild child blueberry or something, which is hibiscus and blueberry. Um, and I started drinking it, and it's good. It's just $40 for a bag of tea that'll last you a while, but it's still expensive. Still 89 cents a can. You're right, Prog. To this day, it's still 89 cents. Um, I just I have a lot of opinions about what I drink sometimes. So this tea was a compromise because I got a sampler box, and I was brewing it in a similar way, but it was very watered down compared to what it normally would be. It wasn't bad for the most part. It's just, you know, every so often you drink it, you're like, oh wow, that's super tart, or wow, this is much different. Because I remember Arizona tea growing up, and I was like, man, congratulations, Antifreeze. You passed the final with an 88. You are now a certified IT professional. Let's all submit our tickets of why the printer doesn't print to antifreeze 420. Yeah. Yeah. What if it's a printer fax combo and somebody was sending QR codes through the fax machine? I don't know. But congratulations on passing antifreeze. I know you were studying way hard. Oh, you had to restart the test? Oh my God. I would have instantly almost shut down right then and there. Did you turn that test off and on again? Oh. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh. Oh, that is. Oh, that is absolutely diabolically painful, sir. I had 10 questions left and I had to restart the test. That's probably the most correct thing you could do, more. Just don't use them. To be like, no, I'm good. You are in fact a bad vendor. I had jokingly said something to I was in Cryo's stream one night or one day, and I got an email from our security team going, "Congratulations, you spotted the fish, and you're really good at this program and blah 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 blah." And I joked and I said, "Should I report this email that says congratulations on spotting the fish as a phishing email?" Because our company does that for security policies. It just kind of sends emails and it's like, "We have little micro security tips for you today. Oh, can you spot the fish?" And I'm just like, "Yes, I can spot the fish. Could you stop sending me these emails, please?" Um, Simply because I don't find them like why are you emailing us about spotting a fish that clearly, I know why, because one of my oh yeah, this is a Google. This is obviously a phishing attempt. You guys should just ignore this. So there's YouTube videos of that one right now. I wanted to make sure it was baking soda as the powder, not baking soda as the kombucha or whatever adult beverage drink that you partake in. Is it sippy bacon wake? I don't know. Good luck with your dog. Also, you are not having a very good start to 2026. Your mom falling through the roof, and now your dog's getting skunked. Oh, okay. I grew up, my dogs never got skunked. Okay. You just need to go get the baking soda. I'll probably be here when you return. I mean, you're not wrong. They haven't learned to stay away from the stinky dog yet. Guess what? Hot cup of tea and some Dark Souls. Dark Souls and chill.
Catra. Runan _ just showed up with 2 viewers. Hope they have treats.
Welcome in and thank you for that raid, Runan. How are you? And how was your stream? Greetings, good sir. Everybody give Runa a follow. There, right as an ad's going to start, thankfully, we have a little bit. Oh, we still have a minute. Thank you, Siri, for warning me that I have a minute before the ad starts. OBS throwing streamers for a loop for 30 minutes. That's a big success right there. Only 30 minutes? That's guaranteed victory time right there sometimes. If you said stream elements for 30 minutes, I'd want to know what magic you worked on that to make it not be 30 minutes. Because stream elements, I swear, is a bot that's out to hate you for being just you. Says that as stream elements is going to pop up here in like 5 seconds. Hey, go follow Penny Paint Paints and all the other things. Stern God. Excellent. If you have any Instagram links you would like to post, feel free to share them. If not, it is okay to take care of yourself. Remember that you're awesome, and every day you get to make art is a great day. Yeah, I need to switch back to the water. That tea is tart. I am always okay for an art tax. I'm always okay for an art tax. Art tax is fun. I always make sure to pay an art tax. I have to pay an art tax, a kitty tax, a fun tax. I got so into the use of the habit of art taxing that we will be right back after ads. This entire time, I thought I pushed the mute button, but I did not. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cats, I swear, they're the most interesting creatures to ever have in your house. Ever. Ever. Yes. I love the Stern Guard vet, and I like your little PNG, or are you a full VTuber? Just out of curiosity. Or hand tuber, I guess you would say. Because I like your little foxy. I like your little foxy, by the way. It's a real cutie. Down there in the lower corner, doing a little painting. Doing a little painting. But yes, I love the Stern Guard. Pretty. Very pretty. Do you want to say hello? Can you say positive words of encouragement as well? Your squirrely boy. Squirrely boy still hangs around, doesn't he? Based on your German Shepherd. Ah. Ah. So one of my oh, did you figure out I had something in my wallet pocket? Okay. Okay. Sorry. I knew I was going to have to pay a tax. Therefore, okay. Back up here. Back up here. No, 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 no. Back up here. Thank you. This is Katra. I went to the pets store recently, and I said they had these little freeze-dried lick pops for them, and I bought one of those packages to see how she would like some whiskey and resume painting. Good luck. Good luck, and remember, don't dip the brush in the whiskey. As you can tell, she's very interested in this lick pop. That's freeze-dried tuna. I remember being at ReaperCon and somehow I misordered something and I looked at it. I go, I did not do something right now. My life feels very different and wrong and very wrong. But yes, welcome in. I'm Painty Paint Paints. I'm working on some bugbears. This is the last in our group or our squad. We have these two. Super pretty goss. And then we have the female bugbear. And we have this guy as well. Don't need my dry palette, my dry brush palette. I just need this. But the last bits that I have to work on is his non-metallic metal for his foot guard, his arm guard, and his fur could use a little touch up as well. But after that, we're probably going to call him done because he's bringing me no more enjoyment. What's up? Okay, she finally broke it all off. And thank you for that raid. Now, here's a real question. Has anybody ever started singing? We don't talk about... No, no, no. Not likely. No, I know. It's one of those niche things. I am. Hi, how are you? Oh, it's a big old stretchy right there. Big old stretchy right there. Hmm. I think I wanted to go a little bit more mustardy. I could be a mustardy. What's up, sweetie? What you doing a sniff sniff on? What we looking for? What we looking for, love? You want to hang out up there? You want to go back up to your bed? Can I convince you to go back up to your bed? Yes, she has an entire 6-foot cat tree next to me. Favorite bed to hang out on? The one on my desk. Okay. Okie dokie, sweetie. She came in and she got her treat and she wandered off. Oh, I had to paint this handle. I don't want it to be that color. I don't like that color. Good evening, Lit DeForest. How are you? How are you doing, Nerdette? You cleaned your desk today. Excellent, Colas. Excellent. That red orange really does help. Really does help. Anything else that you have planned for the day, or is clean your desk and get ready? Thank you for that subscription with your Amazon Prime. Lit. You really did clean your desk a lot. What choice of games do you have? So you have a rotation of 40 some games that you could pick from. What does your current rotation look like? If you don't mind me asking. I know you play a lot of the cozy QT games. So, do you take the same policy as like Crucial Blue does sometimes and be like, all right, so this is a demo, so we're going to try every demo known to man to see if we like it? Oh, okay. I have I have never been one for the demos personally. I have always found them like I get it and I'm like, okay. I probably should like demos more because it would help me solve problems, but when you grew up renting games, it's kind of hard to um, play the demos. Ew, ew. So, I guess that's the question for your demos. Do you watch them? Do you play them for like a certain time, or do you just go, "All right, no"? Like, can you open a game and go, "Nope, not it"? Would be my question. I got you. Have you ever opened a demo, been super hyped for it because it hit some of the early boxes, and then been utterly disappointed 5 minutes later? That's good. Bum, ba-da-na-na. She might have popped into game. Or they might have popped into game. They might have popped into game. If they pop in, I'll ask the question. Pop back out. Oh. Spider Fantasy Kingdom. Oh. These are a list of games. Gotcha. Culture. Lit sent me a screenshot of her desktop, and I was like, holy. I have never considered most of these titles. Because I know Blue's done that as well. Oh. As well. And he'll do like a demo day. I can see the appeal of it. I just don't. For me, I would rather see like a well put together review, and I would be interested in it. It it depends on what it is for me, Lit. So I have to see someone really enjoy the game, like Silk Song or Elden Ring or Blueprints or Balatro. They are interestingly fun games in their own right that I would never have found on my own. Because I fell out of the gaming sphere like a shoe falling out of the closet. Oh. Well, I used to play a lot of console back in the day and play PC back in the day when I started building my own computers. I fell out of it because I just wasn't enjoying what I was around at the time and decided to stop. Um, so I stayed out of it and kind of stayed away from YouTube for the most part as well during that time. So League is a good example, but like seeing like Gap Smulders play Elden Ring was a lot of fun. Watching Day Nine's playthrough of Elden Ring was a lot of fun. So much so that it made me try to play those games. I have contemplated picking up Hollow Knight and Silksong because of watching Day Nine's playthroughs. Um, Playing Hades back in the day, the original, or not the original Hades, but Bastion, when Total Biscuit was still with us. I know he was a piece of shit, but his What the Fuck Is was an interesting YouTube series. Yeah. But like those roguelike games are a lot of fun and I do enjoy them. It's just at the time I had fallen out of all of it for so long. It's like I don't feel like I have the skills to keep up with any of this stuff anymore. Um, but something like Hollow Knight seems different because it's not as hardcore paced or fast paced, right? Like I love seeing the playthroughs of it. Um, I'm just not fully sure. Yeah. Like I've actually considered about doing a Zelda randomizer on like a Sunday or something. Like a Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past randomizer because that is a very critical game to me, but every time I got time to practice, I just got angry at I had like work stress or something and I just haven't been able to play it. So I just decided to play Final Fantasy VII instead to calm down. But hi sweetie, how are you? Do you want to say hello to moi? But I mean, it for me. I enjoy the platforming aspects of it, but I enjoy the simplicity of what Hollow Knight is. Right? It's not meant to be an overly complicated game. It's meant to be a game that you can sit down and enjoy. Sure, there are complicated aspects to it, but there's just not. Hi. Yeah. I can see why it's frustrating too, right? Um, you want to say hello to Lit and moi? I'm pretty sure they just heard your meow meow. Who's a sweetie Petey?
Emotional damage.
Lit Forest request a dad joke.
Okay. I gotta get a dad joke for Lit, sweetie. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for a dad joke? You gonna help me with a dad joke? You gonna sit there on the camera and be pretty? What kind of music do planets listen to? Neptunes. You wanna say hello? Can I get a meow meow? Can I get a meow meow? One would think it's R, but it's really the C. Okay, thank you. Yep, she just dropped the stick. So she's like, yeah. So what are you painting on tonight? More? You fool. Sorry. For whatever reason, my brain says it's a wise idea to keep links off. Wow, okay. There you go. You should be able to drop the link. Ah, Hero Quest. I love the little necromancer. He's like, yeah. He has the Skeletor vibe of hands up. Until we meet again. shading the robe. It's a purple robe. For the longest time, purple was always my challenge. Like it always caused me the greatest strife. Always. Always. Uh, yeah. So it's not too different than the blue here. So you kind of have some of the softer recesses popping in, or you have like a big flat surface like that where you're trying to create like a volume with that sort of deal, right? So I mean, it's what I started doing post ReaperCon, or what I've kind of been challenging myself to do a little bit more, is sketch in highlights and then glaze the ever living shite out of it. So you can kind of start defining that transition. I do a lot of herp and derp and oops into it sometimes. And then it kind of became more of my preferred way of doing blending. Um, because you can kind of get a little fuzzy and messy with it in some spots, and it just works out a little bit better. Because these guys are done with a lot of the sketch highlights. Because that's what I started doing here on the knee pad. You know what you do, you get high. But it sometimes I find just doing it helps more than anything. I'm very much a doer. So if you wanted to highlight the purple, it's about understanding what colors you wanted to highlight it with. So if you had like a pink, you could highlight the pink as your highest high, and then you kind of glaze in between. Are you easily accessible? Kind of, yes. Because I mean, that's kind of what, like, that's what your robe's like, right? It's just smooth and flat. And what you're trying to do is force in a volume. to give it more depth than it actually has through like a contrasted color. So I was using purple and I went cold. So I believe it was just straight white. Yeah. That was always the idea when I was painting this guy, was to do purple and turquoise. I just I was painting it and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And then I got possessed to finish painting him up. Because I mean, his primary features like this cloak. Like you look at him up here and you're just like, whatever, dude. He is very pretty, very pretty boy, very pretty boy. But there are parts of him that I constructed. I'm like, I swear to God, I was terrible. Like right through there with the neck and all that. It's like, oh. Um, but this idea was playing around with some like the idea of like cold and warm highlights and using like the colder colors to help highlight up the purple and the teal. Because you can kind of see right there how I wasn't so clean with my highlight and I didn't blend it in like I should have. But I mean, that's like simple stuff like that really helps when working with something like that. Because if you did like a I cannot think of the piece that I did pink on. Or, yeah, I can. So that was kind of like the original idea that I was kind of borrowing from, was using and staying in like the cold highlights for the colors. This is a piece that I took at ReaperCon and I was just chatting with like different aspects of painting to get that effect. Because that actually might be pink or something closer to pink. But I believe it was a cold white that I was using to help highlight it up. I was going to try to do Adepticon and ReaperCon this year, but Adepticon is not in the wheelhouse of opportunities this year due to work commitments. So I will do ReaperCon this year, and I will not do a bajillion classes like I did. I will spend more time in the painting hall with Aspire and a handful of other painters. Um, the ReaperCon one's kind of expensive, and I need to decide if I want to be like Black Skull and stay off site or stay on site. Because Black Skull stayed off site and saved a shite ton of money on hotel fees. But did not have his room as big as mine. So there's a trade-off. Was League of Legends the answer? No. Has it ever been the answers? No. What are your options on your painting desk? I know you were painting up some Space Marines. You were doing something with the Dreadnought. Thousand Thons, yeah. And now they're nurgling. Bum, bum, ba-na-na-na. I'm going to need. I am going until I finish this stupid bugbear. This pain train ain't got no brakes right now. Beep beep. Ba-na-na-na. There we go. Beautiful. We have his arm pad and then his fur. And his boots with the fur. Apple bottom jeans. What's up, sweetie? Hmm? What's up? So I put, okay. Okay. Hi, how are you? You want to say hello? Can I help you? We got ads starting soon. Hi, how are you? What's up? Hmm? What's up? What's up? Do you want me to be done? Are you upset that I'm taking too long to be done? Huh? Huh? Are you upset that I'm taking too long to be done? Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. What's up? What you doing, sweetie? Hmm? What you upset about? Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da, na-na-na-na. Ba-da-na-na, na-na-na-na. Ba-da-na-na. What you doing? What you think you got? All right. I have moved sacrificial brush from one room to the other. Let's see how long it takes for her to say no more of that, please. Bum, bum. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. It is very much a Super Mario Brothers dress or song. But yes, I could see that. Ba-na-na. There we go. don't think I want to take the rest of the leg armor up too much higher. I think I want to darken down some of the stuff.
Someone just followed. Who is that? Mualmap.
Muama, thank you for the follow. Enjoy the wife and the cats and the TV. Be safe. Enjoy. And I will return tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. And we will paint with Smiling Beagle and Laden Roses. If you want to hang out again. No pressure. No pressure. Until next time, be safe, paint well, and may your glazes be true. I just need to get his top side of his fur squared away. It's a shame there's no Hootie to see this figure be done. We're getting towards the end of it, Solo. We're getting towards the end. I was going to try to see if I could get more than just the bugbears done tonight, but they're now done. Or I'm calling them done. They're going to go to the to be varnished box and sit there until I get some other things ready to prime, and then once I get them ready to prime, I'll varnish these and get them ready for social media. Thank you for the stretch. Oh.
Emotional damage.
Lit Forest requested dad joke.
All right, one dad joke coming up in a second. At the boxing match, the dad got into the popcorn line and the line for hot dogs, but he wanted to stay out of the punch line. mean, I see it, but
Jogs taste steak few 3.
it goes, Hootie. How goes you? How are you? Were there any dwarves in the Warhammer announcement today? It goes. I had just commented Hootie hadn't been around, as I am starting to rim the bases of these figures to be in the complete box. It only took me 55 million streams. Will you watch a 4-hour video of someone reacting to 5 minutes of minis? I saw some of it. I was watching Studio J7 before I went and got my ears lowered. And look, I mean, some of the Eldar stuff looked pretty. The Chaos stuff is Chaos stuff. I mean, it's Chaos, so who really cares? You know what I mean? That's blank. All right, Hootie. So this is past projects right here, right? I like Chaos. It's just the red cursors or Corsairs or whatever they were called. It's just like, other red Space Marines. I'm putting the Bugbears in with the past projects. They're the custards were awesome. The it was interesting. I didn't stick around for all of it. I just kind of saw reactions to it post fact as well. I just, I saw the Bone Tithe and the OCR Bone Reapers. I was like, they're kind of cute a little bit. They're ugly, but they're still kind of cute. All right. I should have kept that. We're good. All righty. I need to find us a raid target. I need to call it a night. The Bugbears, this is the last time you'll see them on stream. I am going to consider them, for the most part, done. I am going to put them in the to be varnished bin, and we are going to return to our, more than likely, our Elven Archer tomorrow, and see where we get with her. I need to finish fixing this skin tone, and get this leg done so I can finish gluing on this piece. or I have to glue on the other piece first, the quiver. So we'll have some skin tone to work on. We'll work on the leg, and then we'll probably glue. No, and then we'll go back to working on green. It's not a creative color, but it is a necessary color for this figure. So, or I'm just going to throw everything out of the window and we're going to do something completely and utterly different. So let us find our raid target. All right. We're going to go say hello to our good friend Wicked Minis because he's usually the one I go and raid. And he's working on his study of Bright Hall Cloth of Flesh, Part 2. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for being here. Let's go have fun. We will see you tomorrow for Stay in Frame with myself, Smiling Beagle, Laden Roses, and possibly Garcia. We'll see how we're feeling. But be awesome, be safe, and be a nerd at all times.